Good morning Palembang, good morning Indonesia, good morning Malaysia, good morning Philippines, good morning Italy, good morning Taiwan, good morning all people around the world. Welcome to the International Conference on Education and Sport Science Universitas BIna Darma INCESS 2020. Salam olahraga. The Honorable, the respected persons, Gubernur South Sumatera Province, Bapak Haji Herman Deru SHMH, or the representative, the Honorable, Rektor Universitas BIna Darma, Ibu Dr. Sunda Aryana MPDMM, the Honorable, the Dean of Teacher Training, Education and Literature Faculty Universitas BIna Darma, Bapak Profesor Waspodo MED PhD, keynote speaker, presenters, and all of members of this house. First of all, thanks God we have to say for all of these conditions, we can come here and join us, unite here for international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, to open this event, let we say Basmalah. Indonesia National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. Please stand up.
Director, thank you so much. And South Sumatera Gubernur for the support. Terima kasih atas dukungan dari Universitas BIna Darma yang telah memberikan fasilitas semuanya kepada kami sehingga panitia dapat bekerja dengan maksimal untuk mempersiapkan pelaksanaan conference yang pertama yang diselenggarakan oleh program studi pendidikan olahraga Universitas BIna Darma ini, serta terima kasih juga kami ucapkan kepada seluruh unit dari berbagai universitas. Ada dari partner kita dari Malaysia, ada UKM, kemudian National Taiwan Normal University dari Taiwan, kemudian ada Philippine Normal University, kemudian Universitas Negeri Semarang, Universitas Sriwijaya, Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Terima kasih atas support yang diberikan. Mudah-mudahan pelaksanaan ini dapat kita lanjutkan lagi di tahun-tahun yang berikutnya. Mungkin itu yang bisa saya sampaikan. This finally, I hope we can conduct the some international seminar next year. Mudah-mudahan bermanfaat apapun yang disampaikan dari seluruh keynote speaker. Dan bagi kami panitia yang sudah mempersiapkan segala sesuatu, saya sebagai ketua panitia mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih. Mudah-mudahan dedikasi kita ini untuk BIna Darma sangat bermanfaat. Thank you. Salam olahraga. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you very much for the very great speech, Mr. Muslimin. Ladies and gentlemen, now let we listen the opening speech by Rector Universitas BIna Darma, then officially open the international seminar. The Honorable Ibu Dr. Sunda Aryana MPDMM, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam olahraga. The Honorable Governor of South Sumatra or the representative, the Honorable Professor Dr. Samsul Azhar bin Shah. Professor Azhar is a professor of epidemiology of statistics faculty of medicine from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Good morning, Prof. The Honorable Professor Sung Ming Hung, PhD. He is from National Taiwan Normal University. Good morning, Prof. And the from Indonesia, and she is the Dean for the Faculty of Sport Science, State University of Semarang. Selamat pagi, Bu. And the Honorable Dr. Lordinio Avergara from Philippines, and he is a Vice President for University Relation and Advancement in the Philippine Normal University. Good morning. The Honorable Vincenzo Alberto Anis, he is an international head coach soccer who had UEFA Pro license, and he had a career in Indonesia as head coach for PSIS Semarang. And ladies and gentlemen, in this golden opportunity, I would like to say thanks to all who participate in the International Conference on Education Sport Science 2020, organized by Sport Education Study Program of Universitas BIna Darma. International Conference and hopefully will continue for the following years on a regular basis. The purpose of holding this conference is to increase learning and virtual that it is also affect uh, I do believe that the keynote speakers will appropriate learning model for teachers as well as lecturers in the open online learning course. And this activity uh, will be attended by participants from various regions in Indonesia and speakers from abroad as well. It is also attended by participants from various fields of knowledge and backgrounds, lecturers, teachers, students, sport practitioners, sport coaching, etc., etc. Personally and institutionally, I would like to say thank you to all presenters, participants, and of course to the committee who worked hard to make the implementation of the International Conference on Education and Sport Science. And this International Conference Education and Sport Science is, I think, well done. Congratulations once again. And I do hope that this conference will be beneficial to all. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, International Conference on Education and Sport Science 2020 is officially open. Thank you very much. Salam olahraga.
Thank you so much for the very nice and inspiring speech, Ibu Rektor, and officially open the international seminar. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for pray, and the pray will be led by Bapak Karnadi, MCom.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sebelum kita berdoa, mari kita sama membaca surah Al-Fatihah. Mudah-mudahan acara ini akan mendapat berkah dari Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Ala hadiniyah wa ila hadratin Nabi Mustafa Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Al-Fatihah. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin arrahmanir rahim maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Nastaghfirullahal azim. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin hamdan wa fi ni'ma yukafi majidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li wa'azitil husnanik. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadza jam'a marhuma wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi wa tafarruqan ma'suma. Allahumma asli zata bainana wa alif baina qulubina wahdina subulus salam wa najina minatujul nur. Allahumma ya Allah ya Tuhan kami, pada hari ini kami berkumpul di Aula Universitas BIna Darma dalam rangka seminar ITEK 2020. Allahumma ya Allah, jadikanlah pertemuan kami ini pertemuan yang Engkau berkahi dan perpisahan Engkau lindungi. Allahumma ya Allah ya Tuhan kami, ampunilah segala dosa-dosa kami, dosa kedua orang tua kami, dosa guru-guru kami, dosa pemimpin kami, dosa pahlawan kami yang telah mendahului kami. Terimalah segala amal ibadahnya. Allahumma ya Allah ya Rahman ya Rahim ya Mutakabbir. Rabbana ighfir lana wa liwal ikhwanina allazina sabaquna bil iman wa la taj'alhu fi qulubina allazina amanu rabbana innaka ghafurur rahim. Allahumma taqabbal wa asil sawaba ma qara'nahu minal Qur'anil azim. La ilaha illallah anta subhanaka inni kuntu minal zalimin. Allahumma dafa'anal bala wal waba wal corona. Rabbana ighfir lana wa liwalikwamina allazina sabaquna bil iman wa la taj'alhu fi qulubina allazina amanu rabbana innaka ghafurur rahim. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar wa adkhil jannata mal abrar ya aziz ya ghaffar ya rabbal alamin. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad ummi wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Assalamu ala mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Amin, 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 ya Rabbal Alamin. Well, that's for the last part of this opening ceremony. So this is the end of the opening ceremony. After this, we will take a break at around 10 minutes to prepare about the main part of the conference. About conference will be divided into two parts. The first part will be led by Ibu Dewi Purnamasari, and the second part will be about Ibu Kilona, and then we will prepare about 10 minutes. After that, we will go back with the main part of the international conference. Thank you very much for your attention. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We will glad if you could stay actually. We will be very glad if you could stay. But yeah, you are very busy of course. Nggak apa-apa. Nggak apa-apa.
also tragedy when we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history. Yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. My love, it grows with the memories like a symphony. And you and I, we got history, yeah. And when you're alone, do you say my name or you say her name? Yeah. My love, it grows with the memories like a symphony. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love goes, there is also tragedy when we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Step on the land, I've got your hand, and now we're way down, fade out low. Was it your plan? Can't understand. I love the air you bring, everything. Under the sun, our fire is burning. You tell me to hold on tight. I wish that we could stay here forever. I wanna remember. Oh, the sight of you brings the fire.
wabarakatuh. Welcome back to INCESSS 2020 Universitas BIna Darma. Now we are on the presentation sections. This presentation section will be presented by the 6 keynote speaker, and then it is divided into 2 sections. And the first session we have Professor Su Ming Hun, PhD from Taiwan, and then Professor Dr. Samsul Azhari bin Saleh from Malaysia, and then Professor Dr. Tandio Rahayu MPD from Indonesia. And then this presentation will be led by Ibu Dewi Permatasari. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, the Excellency Governor of South Sumatra, Directors of Universitas BIna Darma, the Dean, the Head of Study Program of Universitas BIna Darma, the respectable, the Chair of the Committee, the Honorable Keynote Speakers from, and all participants of this webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Dewi Purnamasari. As the moderator of today's webinar, I'm very pleased to see you here and welcome all of you to this prestigious webinar held by the Sports Education Study Program of Universitas BIna Darma. It's the first international conference on education and sport science. The seminar will discuss about the physical education and recreational sports in the new normal era. In the first session of the conference, we actually have 3 keynote speakers of today. The first one is Professor Sung Min Hung, PhD, from National Taiwan Normal University, or NTNU, the Department of Physical Education. But unfortunately, he has something else to do, so he cannot attend this webinar for today. So we will directly proceed to the second presenter, or the keynote speaker of today. He is Professor Dr. Shamsul Azhar bin Shah. He was born in December 11th, 1967. He is the Professor of Epidemiology and Statistics, Faculty of Medicine, UKM, the Consultant of Public Health Specialist in UKM Medical Center, and he is also a fellow Borneo Medical and Health Research Center in University Malaysia Sabah, UMS. In today's webinar, he is going to present sports health in an effort to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 virus. To Professor Dr. Shamsul Azhar bin Shah, the time is yours.
At this time around to give this kind of talk. I think the delegates I heard this morning is around 400. You can only see around 100 to 200 people online at the moment. So I think eventually they will be coming online with us. It's not easy because some places have a good internet line, some do not have. Maybe my face will be blurry in some places. So please, and then my voice might not be clear. So I'm talking actually from the office of the my hospital, UKM in Kuala Lumpur. So as mentioned just now, I'm a public health physician and a professor of epidemiology and statistics. I'm also very much involved with the Paralympic sports. I'm very much interested in doing that. I'm an international classifier for para badminton. And when I was given this topic, I find this an interesting and a challenging topic because the pandemic of COVID-19 is still going on, and I think it'll be here for another 1 or 2 years. It's not so easy. Later on, we'll discuss about this much more about this. Okay? So this is the part of the talk that the content of my talk today. So I'll be talking about the current situation of the COVID-19 pandemic, a little bit about that. And I will compare the symptoms of the flu, the common cold, why it is necessary to understand what is going on. And then we want to see what is the transmission and spread of COVID-19 like. And then we'll talk. This is the part that you like the most. I think the most of the people here are from the sports education and sports health. So we'll talk about the sports health benefit, and then we'll see the impact of COVID-19 to health and sports, and then what is the impact of sports health, in preventing COVID-19. That is very important as well. This is the core of the topic that we want to discuss today. So, and then at the end, I will talk about a little bit of important issues that is surrounding the COVID-19 at the moment and the sports health. All right. So if you see the graph down there, you see before we continue about this lecture, we look at the statistics of the COVID-19 all over the world. Since December last year till this month, month of August, over 21 million people have been reported having COVID-19, infected with COVID-19, and with almost 800,000 deaths, 800,000 kematian, 21 juta telah menghadapi COVID-19. Biggest contribution at the moment is from the Americas, USA and the Brazil. Not so easy because if you look at the CNN news every day, there's always struggle in USA to control because of their policy. I think we are lucky coming from the Asian region. We are actually abide by the rule and so on. And then if you look at the curve on the right of on the side of my the slides, you can see that the curve on the right may yet to reach its peak. Maybe it is reaching the peak, but maybe not. If it climbs furthermore, then it will take some time to go down later on. Maybe by early next year, it will go down. I don't know. We don't know, because this is really, really something new. And I will say kudos to the frontliner because they have been working very hard to combat this COVID-19 from the day one, from the December, January until now. Even in Malaysia, we are talking about they are working around the clock, 24 hours, I think similar to Indonesia and many parts of the world. All right, so let's compare the symptoms between influenza, which is the flu, the common cold, and the COVID-19. Both influenza, COVID-19, and common cold are contagious respiratory illnesses, but they are caused by different viruses. That is number one, of course. COVID-19 is caused by the infection of the new coronavirus. There are many coronaviruses before, and this is new one. And flu is caused by infection by the influenza virus. We have influenza A, influenza B. It has been there for many, 100, 200, 300 years ago, right? So it's already there, and we have vaccine for it. Because some of the symptoms of flu or COVID-19 are similar, it may be hard to tell the difference between them. Okay, it's really hard to tell because they come with cold, fever, and so on. It's almost the same. And testing may be needed to help to confirm the diagnosis. You cannot simply say, I have COVID-19 or I might have just a common cold. You might not know it until you test it properly. All right. Flu and COVID-19 share many characteristics, but there are some differences between the two. All right. So they are a bit more severe on the coronavirus side, the COVID-19, where you always have shortness of breath when you have a severe form of coronavirus. Yeah. So those are the things you need to note. And then let's compare a little bit more facts after that is actually the the COVID-19 seems to be easily spread than the flu. All right, that means it's more efficient. If you give one flu, one COVID-19 in the population, COVID-19 spread much easier compared to influenza. Influenza, people do not really care so much. Okay, not in the Southeast Asia like Malaysia, Indonesia, but it is more common, likely to be in Japan, Korea, England, USA, in the cold climate. And there is a higher hospitalization rate compared to the flu at the moment for COVID-19, and there is definitely higher case fatality rate. It is not that high like 10% or what, but 1 to 3.4% is considered high if the case fatality rate for flu is only 0.1%. So it's like 10 times likely to die from COVID-19 compared to just your normal flu. So this is the transmission of the COVID-19. You can see in terms of transmission, the respiratory droplets from infected individuals, infected subject, will be passed on to others. This is very effective way. This is you breathe, you talk, you cough. If you have a runny nose, it's easily and you pass to other people surrounding you. Therefore, you have to take precautions. And one of the worrying characteristic of COVID-19 is actually the asymptomatic carriers transmitting the disease. That means people who apparently well, did not say no fever, nothing, might be able to transmit the disease. This is an ongoing studies about this, but it is well-known fact from China studies, from European studies have shown that asymptomatic carriers are around and they might not end up in the hospital, but if you contact them, then you might be, you are the one who will gets the severe form. So means that you can be apparently healthy, but still you are transmitting the COVID-19. This is dangerous part of COVID-19. Yeah. So while waiting for the vaccine or the possible new treatments, these are the things that you need to do. All right. So physical distancing, yeah, this is what we are saying. This is why this kind of seminar is going on. You see, we have to do webinar, but it's a good thing that you do not have to spend money to go to other countries now. We just have to talk through online. But again, the online system must be good. There is physical distancing, even 1 meter, 2 meters. In the supermarket, you need to be far away from other people in the public. Okay, face masks. Okay, some I can see some people in the photos today online. I can see you wearing face masks because they are in the public. Some people are using the eye protection, the shield, and one of the important one is the hand hygiene. This is definitely things that you need to do at the moment while waiting for vaccination. But again, I must stress that vaccination is not the final thing. When you have vaccination, you can drop everything. No. Okay, we'll talk about that more. Okay, so when you imagine when you are this is just the spread of the COVID-19 is noted to worthy to note that COVID-19 is very much similar to any other common infectious disease. All right. So firstly, when the disease is new and almost everyone is not immunized, the disease will spread easily like wildfire. Everybody will get the disease. Then in the second figure, the second one, you can see that when some people of the population gets immunized, when they get immunized, the spread will be limited. And in the third figure, when almost all the population are immunized, this is when you can get almost, let's say, 80% of the population immunized by vaccination and so on, the spread will be contained. All right, this is just a rough idea what is going on, what will happen and what is happening at the moment. Okay, so before we proceed, I just like to emphasize the term of physical activity, which is defined as any bodily movement produced by skeletal muscles that require energy expenditure. And sports participation is one of the component in the physical activity. The other physical activity can be the active recreation. You can do just casual cycling, walking, playing with your friends. It's not necessarily sports. You can do gardening, house cleaning, carrying heavy objects. These are considered what do you call it? Um, Physical activity. All right, but sports participation, sports health, sports activity is really very focused. Okay, so there is a aerobic fitness. Okay, usually includes more moderate to vigorous activity that makes you feel a bit warm and causes increase in your breathing rate, breathing depth, and your heart rate. Strength and balance. Okay, which is a very essential part and has many benefits. Okay, I'm sure you are all of you here, the participants of the conference, is very familiar with the physical activity and sports. Yeah. Okay. So in a nutshell, right? So the specific health benefits of sports participation depend on the sports. Okay. Sports have been shown to build cardiovascular endurance. Okay, sports that involve gentle bending or stretching, like bowling, golf, tai chi, are identified as a promoting flexibility. All right, which in turn may reduce the risk of injury. Other sports like weightlifting, throwing, building strength, and so on, building strong muscles and eventually bones that it's stave of osteoporosis in the end, and when you're older, you can prevent yourself getting osteoporosis, and also coronary heart disease, diabetes, colon cancer, high blood pressure can all be prevented or improved through regular physical activity. This is a well-known fact. You can find hundreds and hundreds of literature, studies that have shown this. And sports participation helps control weight by burning calories that would otherwise be stored as fat, and you become obese. Okay, and it's also important that the sports benefit. Another one is on the psychological and the immunity. It develops the immunity of the person, is increase the immunity of the person in getting many other diseases as well. And yeah, as I said, mental health, is a very important component. We are active in sports or physical activity. Your mental health is guarded against many things, depression, anxiety, and many other mental illnesses that you can think of. All right, those are the preventing mechanism. So the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on sports, the biggest one would be at the moment. Actually, this month is the month of Olympic. Okay, so far Tokyo Olympics and the Paralympics 2020, which is supposed to be next month in September, have to be rescheduled. But still, there's a lot of uncertainty. We are not sure whether it is really coming back or not for even 2021. We are not so sure. All right, athletes' fear of being infected, anxiety or physical recovery of infected, lack of access to a fitness center, disturbed sleep. These are the high level of athletes. Yeah, eating disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder, family conflicts, everything. Yeah, inability to manage stress and lack of proper coping may lead to some experience short or long-term depression. Okay, just because of the cancellation of the big sports, Olympics, Paralympics, the international sports event. Okay, ASEAN Para Games, which is supposed to be, I think earlier this year, is cancelled. Supposed to be in Philippines. Okay, mainly multi-sports event. We cancelling local league, like football, rugby, hockey, just start to resume, but with a lot of precautions. You can look at them. You can see on the TV. There is no what do you call it? No audience in the big stadium. The stadium can actually goes into 40,000, but nobody there. Not even maybe just the staff management of the thing, and there is no regular training of the athletes. Okay. All right. The impact on us, you, me, and your family, your community, it is also very clear. okay, you can have the impact on the economy. Okay, everybody is this is very big one, impact on the economy, because when you have the impact of economy, everything is
Siapa?
affected. Okay, that is very difficult for every other anyone. Okay, so the healthcare, the challenges in diagnosis, the quarantine, and the supply of the medication, everything, you can name it. And then the social distance, we cannot go to your wedding of your friends anymore. You cannot go and gather around many people. Okay, even the conference need to be cancelled. So you lost your contact because of this social distancing, physical distancing, and not to forget there is a still travel ban. You cannot travel to other country. Like in Malaysia, we have people AirAsia, sorry, AirAsia logo said everybody can fly now. Everybody can fly. Okay, so it's very important. We cannot travel to other countries unless it's very important. Even if you go to other country, you might be quarantined for 14 days, and then you have to bear your own cost. Okay, and then there is a very important change in the working style. Okay, working from home, WFH. Okay, people say when you do not come, oh, I work WFH, because there are some people who are having the COVID-19 in the workplace. So everybody work from home. Education disruption, everything become online. Okay, you get degree, diploma, everything online. Okay, we have to change our mode of teaching. But the issue is maybe can everyone access online teaching, which is important, yeah? So, and the biggest threat of the sports enthusiasts, okay, like you, like me, all right? So, all this place, your gym, your stadium, they are closed, okay? Now it is start slightly to open back. So the closures of parks, gyms, fitness studio, resulting in the reduced opportunities for physical activity. All right, particularly for people who are not able to exercise at home. Not everybody can exercise at home. For example, I bought myself a bicycle, static bike for many years. I cycle on that bike maybe a good 1 week. After that, I can't do it, because as a human, you need to see other people. You want to go around and meet friends, so it's not easy. So there's so many things that you need to go outside for. All right. So we are just a social people. Yeah. All right. And then this is the main question, right? Can being active in sports prevent a person for contracting this COVID-19? All right. Unfortunately, at the moment, the direct effect of sports towards preventing COVID-19 is not clear. No real direct effect. No real direct effect. It's not clear. However, indirectly, we know that the most effective way to avoid infection is good personal hygiene, healthy habits, and today we like to give focus on the fundamental role of physical activity. Yeah, regular physical activity reduces the risk of persons contracting a communicable disease such as viral bacterial infection by enhancing the person immune system's ability to regulate itself. Therefore, we should maintain our exercise regime during this period, because it improves our immune system. This is the only maybe considered the direct effect, but most likely the indirect one that we are looking at. All right. So you should be physical active, but try to avoid gyms, because gyms have been said to be a closed space that the highly contracting what do you call it, easily you can get COVID-19 from them. All right, there are many evidence from many studies, yeah, like exercise. The regular exercise is essential for everyone under the normal circumstances. However, there are few reasons why exercise is especially crucial during the COVID-19 pandemic. Exercise boosts the immune system, right? So it has been shown that the moderate intensity exercise has immune boosting benefit that may help your body fight off infection directly. Yeah, this is maybe directly very clear, but exercise also may prevent weight gain. Exercise can help you burn extra calories. Exercise reduce the stress and anxiety. The exercise improve your sleep. Okay, the evidence that suggests regular sleep helps you fall asleep faster and improve sleep quality, therefore boosting your immune system. Exercise especially beneficial for all the adults because it helps with the chronic health conditions such as diabetes, arthritis or heart disease. Regular exercise can help to improve balance, flexibility and everything else there. And then at the moment, there are so many ongoing trials to evaluate the effect of sports physical activity towards COVID-19. Yeah, I think not less than 500 trials all over the world. Okay, maybe maybe Indonesia or Malaysia are doing something like that, but we still need to go to wait for the definite result because the pandemic is still going on. Okay, so these are the risk factors for the severe COVID-19 illness. This is very strong evidence. This is coming from WHO and the CDC. Yeah, so there is strong evidence have been found that relates people of any age with certain underlying medical conditions at risk of severe illness of COVID-19. Namely, there you can have cancer, chronic disease, COPD, breathing problem, and then immunocompromised state, weakened immune system from solid organ transplant. For example, you can have obesity. This is those who are obese are more likely to have severe form of COVID-19, serious heart conditions, type 2 diabetes mellitus, and sickle cell disease. Out of this, all these 8 photos that I've shown here, only sickle cell disease you can't really prevent, but the rest actually you can. Yeah, you can by adopting healthy lifestyle. Okay, so in summary, the effect of sports and physical activity can be seen as indirectly in preventing the spread of COVID-19. We can stop if you are involved in physical activity. You can stop yourself from getting all the comorbidities that I said, diabetic, your obesity, heart disease, and so on. Therefore, getting less severe form of COVID-19. And also, if you are healthy, if you are not, if you get COVID-19, the COVID-19 might not turn into become severe illness. Then you might not transmit to other people as well. Okay, and it is very important that also a person who is physically active, the chance of survival is higher than those with high comorbidities. So you might get the COVID-19, unknowingly, that some members of your family or friends pass it to you. But since you are healthy, you are physically active, your chance of survival is very, very high. Okay, that has been shown. So these are the important issues to be considered. Okay, as sports health educator, okay, or the sports educator, how to be physically active, okay, while at the same time you have to do social distancing. This should be easy. The protocol or guideline must be followed. Many sports federations already have their own protocol based on WHO recommendation, but the idea is try to go for less contact sports, okay. All right, should modify the sports activity itself. Yeah, maybe yes, but depends on the sports. Some sports you can modify, but some you may not. And how do we actually encourage people to continue doing the sports and physical activity? And we have to think about the young people. Well, even without the pandemic, the people who actually do physical activity are very low. Most likely in the country, prevalence of people who are not active is around 50 to 70%. I think it is quite common, in the total population. Actually, half of the population are not exercising among the adults. Okay, they are busy with work and so on, so they are not physically active in sports. Okay, with the pandemic, it is getting worse definitely, and the young people. And I note here, the young people is important. Why is it important? Because participating in sports as a child or adolescent, increase the likelihood that they will also participate in sports or physical activity as adults. This is a big study have done this before. So that means you need to promote and then promote sports in the young people. But since in the young people, there's a lot of, if you go to school now, they will try to say no more physical education, no more going to the field, because they cannot control the physical contact, physical distancing. So they want to avoid that. So the young generation now, maybe for the past 1 year or so, have less physical activity or sports activity because of this. And this is worrying trend, because if they start not doing it regularly, they will not be doing it in the adult life. Okay. And then, shall we wait for the vaccine before we start the sports activity again? No, definitely no, because we cannot wait for the vaccine. Vaccine will have its own issues. All right. Availability, cost, effectiveness. Do you think you can covers everybody in the country? I think Malaysia, I don't think even with the 31 million population, you can't cover everyone. Okay, it is maybe costly, but I think this morning there is a yesterday news say Malaysia will give free vaccination. But even free vaccination, will people go for vaccination? Even the normal vaccination, the coverage somewhat not enough. Okay, most of the time. So really, this have to be a big issue in the future as well. And if the vaccine is available in the future, will the sports activity become normal again? This is very unlikely, okay? Because precautions will need to continue even the vaccine is available in the future. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's not easy. I know as a sports educator, this is your job to think about it, yeah? Okay, so as a conclusion, I would say that the impact of the pandemic is inevitable. No one is spared. Everybody is affected. You, me, your family, your community. All right. Though it may seem that sports and physical activity have indirect preventive effect on the COVID-19, we need this chance as there are many other benefits of sports health as well. It's not maybe it's indirectly, but there are so many other sports benefit by itself. And finally, sports health educator must continue to find ways to promote promote sports and other physical activities to the community during this pandemic period. Okay. With that, I thank you. Thank you. Thank you to all. If there is a questions, I will take it from here. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Much love.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Shamsul, for your presentation, which is very informative and also interesting for us to hear in this COVID-19 virus pandemic. All right, now we're going to go to the discussion session. I have already noted 3 questions from the floor. The first one is from Mentari Karisma Putri from UNESA. Professor, she's asking, is there any significant increase when exercise becomes a protection from COVID-19? If so, what percentage?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? It's it's echoing here. I can't hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Sorry.
Oh, okay, I can see it. Okay, the question is there a significant increase when exercise becomes becomes protection from COVID-19? Okay, yeah. Well, as I said, when you are physically active and you do more exercise, as I said, the direct effect is mainly can be coming from the increase in immunity. The percentage is not clear how much percentage you are protected against the COVID-19. This is nothing yet because we are still in the pandemic period. We can't say that, and I think even if you exercise a lot, if you're a sportsman, if the vaccines comes to your door, if people offer you the vaccine, please take the vaccine. Okay, because just by exercising alone, I think it will not give full protection against this COVID-19. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much for the
Okay,
questions.
so there is no certain percentage for the
And I see
protections
here
of
there is
the
another
COVID-19
question.
pandemic.
May I
Oh
answer this
yeah,
as well?
okay. Yeah, thank you, Professor.
There is a question from Selvi Atesha says here,
Yeah, Selvi
in this
Atesha.
pandemic era, students study and do all the activities from home. My questions, what kind of physical activities which suit the disabled children? Okay, this is a challenge. I did not really cover the whole scope for, I'm talking about the almost like a normal people. I do not talk about the disabled. The disabled is really hard hit in this situation as well. Okay, when they cannot really do a proper exercise at home. Well, again, I think this is the job of the sports educator to look at this. How do you think? What do you think? What kind? Because the disabled people, the disabled children, especially, there are variety of it. You can have a cerebral palsy, you can have mental health issues, you can have a paraplegic, okay. You can have blind, you can have many types of other disability, which is one type of exercise might not fit all. So I think the group, the sports educator group, must always think this, because actually I've been searching about this online, but really hard to find, because people are still talking. The normal people, the so-called normal people, are still trying to solve their issues. Okay, they still cannot come out of their own problem. So that's why I say this group, I think, is a bit neglected. Yeah. All right. Is there any more?
Yeah, one
Okay.
more
Yeah.
question.
Is there any more questions?
Professor from Danang. Yeah, Professor.
Oh, ada satu lagi di bawah itu. Apa pendapat Prof mengenai participation kanak-kanak sekolah dalam aktiviti sekolah yang mana sukar untuk kawalan pergerakan mereka? Ya, ini saya katakan tadi. Di Malaysia umpamanya, pendidikan jasmani itu, pendidikan olahraga di sekolah itu tidak ada sekarang masa ini. Masih lagi belum dibuat sepenuhnya. Okay, mereka hanya berada di dalam kelas sahaja, itu pun ada physical distancing. So sangat sukar because untuk mengawal kanak-kanak di sekolah ini, itu satu yang kita perlu fikirkan. So saya kata ramai pakar-pakar di sini sports education, kita perlu fikirkan macam mana nak buat. Sebab kalau kita difikirkan memang almost impossible. Tapi I'm thinking that it's not totally impossible. There must be ways. Okay, just do not promote too much of esports. Yeah, the one that play games, football on the computer and so on. I think that is not what I meant here. Okay, so I'm trying to get a proper what do you call it? You need to have a guide. Okay, a guide for the school. All right. Thank you for the question. Yeah. Alright. Ada satu soalan di sini juga, mungkin saya akan habiskan di sini. Hi, I hear that virus can spread by water. How about pool? I mean pool with chlorine. I hear that chlorine can kill the virus. Can we swim? Yes, actually you can swim in the pool, in this safe swimming pool. Yes, definitely. But the problem is, in the public swimming pool, you might not get the infection through the pool. You might get the infection from being outside the pool, because there are so many people outside the pool. Okay, you might get it just by breathing, talking, coughing to people outside the pool. Maybe from the water itself is a no. Okay, very unlikely. Okay, so I think it's already 10:40. I think if you want to ask me questions, you can see my slides. There is an email. Okay, you can always contact me, inshallah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Shamsul Azhar bin Shah, for the very informative and also interesting presentations about sports health in an effort to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 virus. So what I can conclude from the presentation was the physical activity is very important for everyone to boost the immune system of everybody to avoid or to overcome this COVID-19 virus. But also, we cannot guarantee the physical activity itself to make yourself healthy or stay safe from the virus itself. But also it's very important if somebody want to give you vaccine, then it is also good to your body. Okay, that was from the first presenter. We will have a 10 more minutes break before we continue to the second presenter. Thank you. As for the reminder for all the participants and also the presenters who participate in this conference, if you have any questions during the presentation, please type them into the question box in your Zoom or your control panel, and I'll bring them up during the presentation, and we will also have time for the questions at the end. Thank you. Okay, now we will go ahead to the second keynote speaker. Our second keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Tandio Rahayu MPD. She was born in Semarang, March 20th, 1961. She is the Dean of Sport Science Faculty of Universitas Negeri Semarang, the Vice President of ASEAN Council of Physical Education and Sport, and also a member of International Council of Sport Science and Physical Education. She's going to present strategies for developing physical education learning models in the new normal era. Now, without any further ado, we will turn the time over to Professor Dr. Tandio Rahayu MPD. The time is yours. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Skills and also knowledge by implementing, observing, questioning, experimenting, associating, and also communicating on teaching learning process. And then some troubles arise during this implementation, especially for us, which mean physical education teachers, to practice the physical education subject. Next, please. Furthermore, about the scientific approach we use since 2013, You can see in the slide what is scientific approach all about. Is teaching strategy using scientific steps in teaching. This approach allows teacher to improve the process of learning by breaking the process down into several steps, which contain detailed instruction for conducting student learning. The steps already mentioned before are observing, questioning, experimenting, associating, and also communicating. Although the scientific approach offers significant breakthrough for improving the quality of teaching, there was still some obstacle faced by teacher, especially teacher for physical education. Because our colleagues PE teachers mostly interpreting the scientific approach shallowly, and also lethargically, which most of implementation of learning is less according to the nature of physical education, which should prioritize literation of physical activity. Next, please. As mentioned before, many physical education teachers are mistaken in implementing the scientific approach. They set aside 10 to 15 minutes of practice hours to sit down and discuss the scientific aspect of the material given. Other than 15 minutes, actually less, to gain the theoretical understanding about the matter being discussed, 15 minutes is very valuable to move, considering the time available for physical education subject is only 100 minutes, 2 hours of the lessons. Habits in our PE practice are, these habits is not only because the 2013 curriculum, but since I can remember how the physical education subject are practiced. 15 minutes needed to change clothes for our student and walk slowly from classroom to the field or to the gymnasium. This time should be multiplied by 2 for before and after the lesson. So 30 minutes done on things that do not need any gross motor skill. So this is the classic problems of our physical education subject. Next, please. Meanwhile, during this pandemic situation, we already know that we all are live in a restrict situation, both in daily life or in education circumstances. All activities must be adjusted to be safe and healthy. 3 main things that the physical education teachers should take for in ordering two-day learning is first, the learning should be individual and online, doing at home. Physical distancing and also facilities and equipment needed for the lesson are not available at home. This is also an obstacle for all of us. Next, please. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see in the slide, this is one of the idea we could offer for physical education teacher to implement the lesson during adaptation toward the new normal. We call it a blended learning approach. Blended learning approach, you can see in the slide the title of this is actually our research. Conduct since 2019 and now still running. This research, we call it, the title is Blended Learning Approach in Physical Education for Encouraging Students to Physically Active. We should also mention that this research is funded by the ICSS Foundation 2019 to 2021. Actually, this research is conducted before the pandemic hit us. And the main objective of this research were to help PE teacher, physical education teacher, to face the scientific approach challenge, to optimize all the hours we have in school to provide only physical activity and put the scientific approach part of the lesson going online. So the students, they can practice cognitively the theoretical part of the movement at home or outside the school hours. So we can use the hours for PE in school just for physical activity. Yeah, no more sit down and discuss any theoretical review for the material of the subject. Next, please. As you can see in the picture in the screen, this is the analog of the blended learning, the combination learning model, which is currently known as blended learning. This is considered suitable for improving the quality of learning. Blended learning is a combine of teaching method between conventional and modern technology base. More detail, the description of the concept can be seen in the screen. In our research, we offer 3 kinds of blended learning. Next, please. The first type is a learning method that requires teacher to make a video. So the teacher make a video as a learning media and upload this record in offline or online application. So students can download and learn it before the D-Day of the class. So, of course, in this type, the teacher should have explored the creativity of the material and upload the record to the online or offline application so the student can learn it before they try to practice in the field. Yeah. In this type, student can first ask or discuss the material through the online media. We can use Google Meet, Zoom, WhatsApp, or others, Skype and others. So this is the first type of blended learning we already try in the field in Kota Semarang. Second, blended learning type 2 is the learning method that requires student to make a video. The first one is teacher make the video. The second one is the student make a video, record it of their movement and upload in the Google Classroom. Then they will do a peer analysis and teacher can give feedback about their analysis. The third one, blended learning type 3, is a learning method that requires teacher to look for a professional video in YouTube. So they go to the professional one and share it to the student so they can analyze, including to learn and practice the movement. So the video of the professional one is an example of the movement. Then teacher will give a feedback during the class. Next one, please. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned before that our research already done in Kota Semarang. Yeah, several schools in Kota Semarang which stand as our collaborator during our research already practice this approach before the pandemic, but now it's very useful to implement this model during this pandemic era. Yeah, so this is thanks God that we already prepared this model of learning since 2019 before the pandemic hit us. Yeah, some of school in Kota Semarang already practice this approach, and their feedback is you can see in the screen. Yeah, that mostly they are agree that this type is very useful and can implement in the daily school for physical education, learning and teaching. I think this is all of my presentation. Thank you very much. And back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Tandio Rahayu, MPD, for the great presentation about physical education instructional strategies for preparing the new normal. Well, now it's time for us to open the discussion session. We have one question from the Zoom room. The first one is from Pitri Yanti from Universitas Sriwijaya. She wants to ask about how to make our online learning more interesting. Yeah. To Professor Dr. Tandio Rahayu, MPD, we wait for your response.
I cannot hear your voice, Miss. Can I directly read the chat?
Yes, please.
Okay. I want to ask how to make our online learning more interesting. It depends on your creativity, Miss Pitriyanti. How can we make online learning more interesting? If you give, from my experience during my research, the students are very interesting to make a video by themselves. So we divide the class in several groups, and each group should make a video recording about their performance, and then they discuss itself from this group. They discuss online about their performance, and the students are very excited to see and discuss their friends who do some movement in the video. So, but actually it depends on the creativity of the teacher. How can the teacher get a creativity? You should read or watch the instructional media online. You can find it very variative instructional media in YouTube. That's all my answer. Thank you. Hello.
Yeah,
Further, I can may I answer the next question?
Yes, please.
Because I cannot hear your voice, Miss MC.
Yes, please, Professor.
Okay. Further from Sumbara Hambali. From Sumbara Hambali. Bagaimana caranya mengantisipasi untuk sekolah yang kesulitan melaksanakan pembelajaran online karena keterbatasan akses internet? Saya jawab dalam bahasa Indonesia kah? Boleh ya? Ini Bapak Sumbara Hambali, kalau keterbatasan jaringan, saya belum memiliki solusi yang terbaik karena ini adalah terkait dengan infrastruktur di daerah setempat. Namun kalau mengenai kurang pahamnya pengetahuan penggunaan platform belajar online, penanggulangannya gimana? Ya belajar, Pak. Harus. Semua guru, dosen-dosen saat ini mau tidak mau harus mau dipaksa belajar tentang platform-platform yang bisa dimanfaatkan untuk pembelajaran online. Mohon maaf, jawaban saya tidak bisa memuaskan, tapi itulah faktanya. Saat ini kita guru, dosen tidak bisa menghindar lagi dari kebutuhan untuk menguasai platform pembelajaran online. Ya, namun demikian saya juga perlu memberi memberi penekanan begitu. Sebetulnya yang dimaksud dengan belajar online, platform belajar online, itu tidak perlu harus canggih-canggih menggunakan platform-platform yang ada di online. Sebetulnya WhatsApp aja bisa untuk belajar online. Nah, kalau ngegosip bisa lewat WA group, harusnya juga bisa belajar mengajar melalui WA group. Saya kira itu yang bisa saya sampaikan. Terima kasih. Sudah habis.
Yeah, any more question from the participant?
Mungkin ini karena banyak teman-teman dari Palembang dan sekitarnya ya. Kalau mau belajar tentang 3 tipe pembelajaran, 3 tipe blended learning yang sudah kami kembangkan, mungkin dari BIna Darma bisa menyelenggarakan semacam workshop. Nanti kita akan menyampaikan bagaimana teknik strategi untuk mengembangkan 3 model blended learning untuk digunakan dalam pembelajaran. Sebetulnya research ini kami kembangkan bukan semata-mata untuk kebutuhan pandemik saat ini, tetapi sebetulnya tujuan utamanya untuk mengantisipasi atau menjadi solusi bagi scientific approach pada physical education gitu ya di kurikulum 13 yang selalu menjadi kendala bagi pembelajaran pendidikan jasmani. Nah, bagian scientific approach inilah yang berusaha kami petahkan melalui strategi pembelajaran blended learning. Jadi bagian scientific approach-nya diakalin gitu ya melalui pembelajaran online. Tapi ya ini syukur alhamdulillah ternyata 3 tipe blended learning yang kami kembangkan tersebut menjadi sangat bermanfaat di masa pandemi. Okay, one more questions from Rizky Nurul Fa. Rizky Nurul Fa dari FIK UNJ. Do you have any suggestion for assessing practical test during online learning? It depends on the item. What will you assess, Miss Rizky? So for assessing online or offline, the first one is you should develop the item, what kind of skill you want to assess. So it's easy, I think, and you can ask the student to record their performance, and then you can ask them to upload their skill, and you can give a session through online. Next one, Arizom, bagaimana peran orang selama belajar? Bagaimana peran? Oh, maksudnya orang tua ya. Bagaimana peran orang tua selama belajar dari rumah? Banyak sekali orang tua merasa keberatan. Bagaimana peran orang tua? Memang harus ada komunikasi intensif dengan orang tua. Tidak bisa tidak, harus melibatkan orang tua. Ya, tugas banyak dari pihak sekolah, ya harus ada koordinasi. Tadi, maaf bukan dari pembicara tadi ya, kita pernah, kalau ada teman-teman yang pernah mendengarkan paparan Mendikbud yang mengatakan bahwa saat ini untuk segala performa di sekolah itu yang paling berperan adalah kepala sekolah. Jadi seharusnya kepala sekolah di tempat Bapak Arisom mengajar itu harusnya bisa bijak mengatur agar teman-teman guru dari seluruh mata pelajaran itu tidak overload di dalam memberikan tugas di rumah. Jadi bisa lah itu diatur, dibagi melalui koordinasi dengan kepala sekolah agar masing-masing mata pelajaran tidak memberikan tugas yang biasanya beranggapan makin banyak tugas makin keren gitu ya. Ini yang harus dipertimbangkan, dan tentunya masing-masing guru termasuk guru penjas juga harus memperhitungkan tugas-tugas yang diberikan itu membutuhkan waktu berapa lama. Jangan-jangan kalau satu hari itu ada 6 mata pelajaran, kalau setiap mata pelajaran memberikan tugas yang hanya bisa diselesaikan dalam waktu 3-4 jam, maka tidak cukup waktu bagi setiap anak untuk menyelesaikan tugas dalam sehari. Tugas di hari itu tidak bisa diselesaikan dalam satu hari yang isinya hanya 24 jam. Ya, kadang-kadang Pak Guru, Bu Guru memberi tugas tetapi tidak memperhitungkan berapa lama seorang anak itu akan menyelesaikan tugas tersebut. Oke, saya kira begitu. Ini ada pertanyaan tapi karena di private ya. Pertanyaan di Adi Pranata. Menurut saya pertanyaan Bapak itu sama dengan tadi pertanyaan Bapak Arisom. Jadi jawabannya sudah saya sampaikan tadi. Semuanya harus proporsional.
There is one more question. Tugas-tugas yang diberikan oleh guru penjas. Apa saja yang membuat siswa menuntaskan tugas-tugas yang diberikan oleh guru penjas?
Tips apa saja? Tips paling tepat, bukan tepat. Tips paling utama nomor 1 adalah guru itu sebenarnya tugas apapun ya, bukan hanya untuk penjas. Tugas apapun, Pak Guru dan Bu Guru itu harus tahu persis selera anak didiknya. Yang pasti anak-anak itu akan antusias bila tugas yang diberikan itu sesuai dengan minat mereka. Jadi kalau misalnya begini, di Palembang itu sekarang sedang musim kompetisi futsal gitu ya. Coba deh, anak-anak sedang antusias mengikuti kompetisi futsal. Coba deh tugas-tugas mencari gerakan-gerakan yang unik dalam permainan futsal. Silahkan men-search, mencari di YouTube. Pasti semangat anak-anak itu. Ya, tapi kalau nyuruh anak-anak, meminta anak-anak mencari gerakan yang excellent, gerakan yang sempurna di misalnya permainan softball. Mereka pasti males karena mereka tuh nggak pernah main softball gitu. Jadi mengetahui selera anak, mengetahui apa sih sukanya anak-anak itu menjadi kunci utama dalam menimbulkan, mendatangkan minat optimal bagi anak untuk mengerjakan tugas. Gitu Mbak, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Dr. Andi Rahayu MDD. Okay, it looks like we have covered all of our questions. Is there anything else you wanted to cover before we wrap up? Please type in the chat room. Yeah, Professor, one more question, maybe.
Mengajar daring menggunakan media bervariasi. Boleh sekali dari Bapak Sumadita Wayan ya. Boleh nggak pakai Google Classroom, pakai Zoom, pakai WA, boleh semua. Sorry. Jawabannya boleh Bapak pakai apa saja. Sebagai contoh ya, sebagai contoh kami kalau di Universitas Negeri Semarang, kami ini mempunyai platform sendiri khusus untuk warga Universitas Negeri Semarang. Namanya INCESS. Nah, kami memang melakukan pembelajaran online melalui INCESS. Tetapi bukan berarti tidak bisa memakai Google Meet, memakai Zoom, memakai Jitsi, memakai macam-macam, termasuk pakai WA, pakai Skype. Jadi tinggal nanti kalau kami di UNESS itu memakai utamanya harus INCESS. Jadi laporan pembelajaran itu ada di INCESS. Tapi seandainya kami memakai Google Meet, Google Classroom, itu kemudian URL-nya ya, URL-nya itu di-copy dan dimasukkan ke dalam INCESS, itu sudah sah sebagai pembelajaran online. Jadi menurut saya tidak ada batasan harus pakai Zoom misalnya. Enggak lah, pakai sembarang bisa. Pakai Google Meet bisa, pakai Google Classroom oke, pakai Jitsi silahkan, pakai Zoom. Yang penting ada media untuk saling berkomunikasi antar guru dengan murid, antar dosen dengan mahasiswa, maupun antar mahasiswa atau murid itu sendiri. Makasih Mbak.
Oke. Ya, oke, Profesor.
Halo?
Ya. Can you hear me, Prof? Is my voice be heard?
Pertanyaan dari Argo Adi Wahyono. Saya nggak punya jawaban untuk pertanyaan Anda, Mas Argo. Kalau muridnya nggak mau ngumpulin pekerjaan, ya saya nggak tahu harus bagaimana.
Okay, maybe this is the last question, Professor, from M. Mulyadi.
Dari Bapak Mulyadi, ya solusinya ya orang tuanya diberi pengertian, Pak. Orang tuanya tadi sudah seperti jawaban saya ke Pak siapa tadi di atas tadi, yang tidak tidak bisa difahami oleh orang tua. Ini mestinya dari kepala sekolah bisa memberi pengertian ke orang tua melalui komisi orang tua siswa atau apa itu. Harusnya orang tuanya diberi pengertian. Ya memang sekarang kondisinya seperti ini. Mau tidak mau harus memanfaatkan media online. Saya kira begitu, Mbak.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. I think this is the end of the second presentation from
Suaranya
Professor
mendenging, saya
Dr.
nggak kedengeran
Syamsul.
ngomong apa ya. Sudah ini? Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Tandio Rahayu, MPD. Well, I think that the feedback given from Professor was really good to our university and also to all universities in Palembang about the workshop on blended learning. We're going to do some follow-up about that, and if we're going to help the workshop, we're going to invite Professor Dr. who have already participated in the International Conference on Education and Sports Science as from the first session of the conference. We're going to say thank you to Syamsul Ansar and also Professor Dr. Tandio Rahayu, MPD.
as we have our backs, remember our foes stand by. This time we will win. This time we'll have to join forces. This time we will win. This time we'll have to join forces. Castles and dragons, the battle begins tonight. Are you with me? This is our kingdom, and we won't run tonight. We are a team. Castles and dragons, the battle begins tonight. Are you with me? This is our kingdom, and we won't run tonight. We are a team. We can do anything together if we just try. And as long as we have our backs, whenever our foes come by. This time we will win. This time we'll have to join forces. This time we will win. This time we'll have to join forces.
Thank you, Secretary. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So let me lead the second session on this international web conference. And honestly, I would like thank to Rector and INCESSS committee for having me as your moderator. So let me here among us Mr. Lordinio as a speaker.
Yes,
on this
I'm
webinar.
here, Miss Kilona. I'm here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm already here.
Oh yeah. Hi, Sir Lordi.
Yeah, I'm here since I think 9:30 in the morning. I saw the
Yeah.
two presentations a while ago.
So yeah, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm excited to share my
You feel
presentation.
excited, right, to share your presentation. But before that, let me introduce yourself to all the participants, which one already here. So, Sir Lordi was a graduate as a doctoral program also from UNJ, State University of Jakarta, Right now, he became a vice president for university relation and advisement and coordination for executive director and provost of the North Luzon campus in the Philippine Normal University. And previous to his appointment as a vice president, he served as a director of the Institute of Physical Education. He held and recreation, dance, and sport, and also head of the Center for Culture and Sport Development of the same university. And he holds a degree Doctor Pendidikan Olahraga also in Universitas Negeri Jakarta. We have the same, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Sir Lordi A. Vergara. Sir Lordi, time is yours.
I'll just share my screen.
Yeah.
So did you see it now?
Yeah.
Everyone, you can have a raise hand button if you are now seeing my screen. Salamat pagi, magandang umaga from our language, straight from the Philippines. I am right now in my abode, in my simple abode here in the center of Manila. So I'm very happy and I'm thanking the organizer of the International Conference on Education and Sports 2020, and also my sincerest thank to Ms. Kilona for coordinating me with this international webinar. Before I proceed to the main discussion of my presentation, I'd like to share with you my experience, my personal experience, having been in Indonesia for almost 3 years as a scholar of the Philippine government. I'm very happy that maybe I can consider that I am half Pinoy and half Indonesian. So as you can see now, this is my favorite batik, which I worn during my public presentation in last year of February of 2019. We forged an agreement with Universitas Negeri Jakarta, with Philippine Normal University for a PNU-UNJ academic collaboration way back in 2015. So we are 16 PNU-UNJ scholars. You can see in the screen, that's me there at the right side of your screen as the team leader. I am the proponent of this academic collaboration with UNJ, and I'm so happy and fortunate that we were able to experience studying at Universitas Negeri Jakarta with a very able faculty and professor doctors, most especially my sincere appreciation to our father, Professor Dr. James Tangkudung. He is the one who really worked for everybody that to finish our degree. We are 16, and there are 3 who are still working with their final presentation for the degree. And this academic collaboration with Universitas Negeri Jakarta of Indonesia is to come up with a highly customized doctorate program, specially designed for selected Filipino sports and physical education practitioners. You know, in the country, there is no PhD or doctorate program in physical education. That's why we were sent by the government to study in Indonesia to acquire the degree, and soon that we're going to open the program by next year. It's now in our ministry, and they're studying it for approval, and hopefully by next year we will open this academic program to all the PE professionals in the country. So you can see me here. Maybe some of you who are also graduates of UNJ last March 2019.
Okay.
So if you are a graduate, maybe you are my batchmates during this time, during your PhD and your master's degree. I am the one who spoke and on behalf of the graduates during that time. So what is the challenge now? Why I'm discussing this to you? So there is a big role that we need to play in our government of promoting physical education and sports, since we were able, given the chance to study abroad in a prestigious university like UNJ for a physical education and sports education. This prompt now my presentation on how I'm going to relate with a given topic that the organizer gave me. So this is now a challenge to us. And in this pandemic, how do we need to respond? We as scholars, we as graduates of UNJ should know how to respond well because we were given the chance to study abroad and acquire certain skills and competencies given by our professor. Professor James Tangkudung, Professor Dr. James Dlis, Professor Dr. Harsuki, and so many more. So this is now our opportunity on how we're going to take the lead here in the country in this time of pandemic. Let me provide you, as of last night, as of yesterday, we are facing really still in this pandemic. If you see in the left side, there are 10 countries with highest number of COVID-19. And the number one is the United States. That's the data I got yesterday at 8:30 a.m., August 19, 2020. For comparison purposes, look at the cases in the Philippines. We are now 173,000. And in your case, as of last 2 days ago, in Indonesia, it's 141. This is quite alarming because still in this pandemic, we never thought that this pandemic will come in our lifetime. The education 4.0 that we are preparing is right now, where the education 4.0 is in our face now. That's why I'm so happy to listen to the first presenter about discussing the impact of pandemic to sports, and with the second speaker, our dean from Semarang University, made a discussion about this. So how are we going to prepare? How are we going to maintain physical fitness through physical activities with kind of social distancing and social restrictions and virtual learning? So that is now our challenge. And that challenge can be a good opportunities to us. We never thought that this pandemic will happen. We are not prepared. But we need to take this challenge and turn this into an opportunities. So we cannot deny the fact that this is a problem. We need to face the problem. We need to prepare and we need to do our share. We as scholars of UNJ and PNU are very happy because what I'm going to share with you are the efforts made by the 16 scholars on how we help our Philippine physical education teachers and sports in the basic and higher education. We're taking the lead and we're very fortunate and happy that UNJ provided us these competencies that we are using now in our field of endeavor. This is the 4 key concepts which the organizers gave me. Initially, they gave me a topic of physical activity in an effort to maintain physical fitness during periods of social restriction and virtual learning. There are 4 key concepts here. One is physical activity. The second concept is about maintenance of fitness. That's our overall goal. Whether we take it inside the curriculum or in our daily lifestyle, our main concern is about fitness. And you know, the most significant now subject, I think, in the curriculum is physical education and sports. Because we're dealing with this. If you listen to the first presenter, he said that there should be a continuous participation of physical activity in this time. We cannot stop because that is the way we need to fight with this COVID-19. This virus is so dangerous. We cannot see it. And we need to face and fight it. How can we do it? So we need to maintain an active lifestyle and physical activity to boost our immune system. But there are restrictions. There are challenges we're facing. We, PE teachers and sports enthusiasts, we have problems that we need to take and try these challenges and make this as an opportunity for us. So we have 2 key concepts for that. Social distancing, we're about 2 meters, okay, for our activities, and virtual learning, which was very good discussed by our second presenter. making use, they have studied about blended learning. So these are the key concepts that I want to share with you on how these key concepts are related to one another. And I'm proposing, based on these 4 key concepts provided by the organizer, I'm proposing this conceptual framework. You see, in the center is the pandemic. How are we going to respond to this pandemic? With World Health Organization on the lead for providing public policy or health policy. Like in the case of Indonesia, you have your Ministry of Health providing public policy for your restrictions, going out, dining out, going to public places. And in our case, in the Philippines, we have our IATF. That's an interagency task force that will respond to this. So the 4 key concepts will play and how these 4 key concepts will interplay. Okay? And it has 4 quadrants. If you see, quadrant 1, quadrant 2, quadrant 3, and quadrant 4. Quadrant 1, on this side, physical activity related to the maintenance of fitness. When you do physical activity and improving your physical activity, you need understand and perform these activities. The end result is the maintenance of your fitness and the achievement of your fitness. But this quadrant will somehow look into the process and outcomes. Okay? Process and outcomes. Why? Looking into the physical activity, we need to understand the health recommendations. What was given by the World Health Organization? What was given by your public health policy? We need to adhere to that. And we need to adhere that to sustain our activity. There is World Health Organization physical activity recommendations that we need to undertake, and which I will going to discuss later. Now, on the other side, looking into the outcomes is the attainment of quality life. Why do we need to take physical activity every day? Why do we need to take active participation in sports? And physical activity is defined as any musculoskeletal activities that results to energy expenditure. It is not just about exercise, engaging into others, but it also involves our daily chores. So meaning to say, home-based activities can supplement whether our students are not in the classroom for a structured physical education. But that's the impact now. If we teach our students properly in their basic education, the very foundation of learning how to move, the education of the physical component, we need to attain quality life. So that quadrant is something to do with the relationship of physical activities and maintenance of fitness. On the other side, as quadrant 2, you will see the social restrictions and virtual learning. These are the challenges. And I'm telling you that these challenges are also our opportunities now. How are we going to shift our flexible learning mode? The second speaker is telling about blended learning, preparing teachers to engage on online. But please remember, there are 3 categories of students in class in terms of engagement to virtual learning. 1, this category is a low technology students, meaning they don't have computers, they don't have cell phones, they don't have connectivity. So it's a problem. The second category of students is a hybrid student between 1 and the other 2. It's a medium technology student. They have laptops, but they have poor internet connectivity. And the other category of students that we have now, those who are enrolled in an international school, okay? That there are gadgets, cell phones, good connectivity, and laptops. So these are the 3 categories which we need to respond. You need to understand that there are needs of our students in this time. Not everybody can have these gadgets. So what will you do? How can you continue that this particular student should engage in physical activity? Well, the second speaker is saying that teachers should be creative. Yes, in this time, in this pandemic, the skills that teachers need is about creativity. And how are we going to take this opportunity that these challenges. Now, social restriction will provide the barriers. How are we going to provide barriers, and how can we respond barriers to this? And there are gaps that we need to undertake. But virtual learning is an opportunity for education. We cannot deny the fact that this is the education 4.0. The industrial revolution is now, it's here. So teachers should not only have content knowledge, what he knows about the subject. Teachers should not only have pedagogical knowledge, the way how he going to teach the course. But teachers now should have a pedagogical content knowledge. Meaning to say, how are you going to teach this particular discipline and this particular topic? And now, eventually, we are now to have an idea of a technologically pedagogical content knowledge. You are using technology to teach a particular content using your pedagogy. And that is how virtual learning will provide us. Now, quadrant 3 is the relationship of physical activities and social restriction. How can you engage physical activity where there is a barrier, where there is social restrictions? You have 2 meter, okay? You have mask that you're going to wear. And there are some researchers that in engaging physical activity and fitness, it's difficult to wear a mask when you engage physical activity. That's something to do with how the oxygen will work in the body. So there is barrier, there is gaps there. So what will be the relationship of these two? So how are we going to respond to the barriers? There are strategies that we need to take. In the same way, in the lower portion, the maintenance of fitness versus virtual learning as another quadrant, how are we going to maintain fitness when in fact most of our students are sitting and listening to you in this kind of Zoom? If you happen to have a Zoom engagement, or if you happen to have your own learning management system like the Moodle, the Schoology, the Canva, and if you don't know how to make use of your creativity to teach online, students will tend to sit. If the students have 6 courses in a day, that's why the requirement for taking an online engagement, as we have 2 types of that, synchronous learning and asynchronous learning. Synchronous learning is the real time, like what we are doing now. Asynchronous learning is offline activity. So how are you going to do it? How can you ensure that the students is active while engaging in this kind of engagement? So you need to strategize. And there are strategies, again, that we need to discuss. So my presentation will just go around, revolve in this framework. Now, let's take the first quadrant, the process and the opportunity. As I was mentioned about you a while ago, we're talking about physical activities, and physical activities will be understood by its health recommendations, the World Health Organization. So please take note of this. If you're teaching students under 17 years old, okay, these are the recommendations which you need. Now, whether it is online, whether it is offline, whether it is in school, or whether it is in a remote learning like the home, you need to consider that children below 17 years old should have a 60 minutes of everyday moderate to vigorous activity. And in these three of those days need to include muscle and bone strengthening. And the kind of activities which the student should engage should like walking, making simple gymnastics, jumping rope, soccer, or pre-play. But there are restrictions to that, right? How can you do it outside? If there are restrictions by the government that you cannot do walking outside, you cannot do and play soccer outside. So that's a barrier that we're going to check. Now, if you're teaching your students 18 years old and above, okay, these are the things. This is what the World Health Organization for Physical Activity recommendation suggests. It should be a weekly 150 minutes of moderate or a 75 minutes of vigorous engagement. So in those engagements, 2 or more days of strength training for about 8 to 10 exercises of 8 repetitions. That's the recommendation. That is basic recommendation. And the kind of activity that you need are walking, running, lawn mowing, biking, basketball, and more. So for older adults, like treating 65 years and older, what is the recommendation for this population? You have to have 150 minutes of moderate or 75 minutes of vigorous. It's weekly. It's weekly. Okay? It's not every day. And 2 or more days of strength training, 8 to 10 exercises of 8 and repetitions, and these are the kind. So that quadrant will provide us more opportunity. When you design your lesson, when you design an activity, whether it is an online or offline, you need to take into consideration the recommendations, because this is what needed. You know, in our case, in my literature reading, in my research, there is a global plan for up to 2030 because because of non-communicable diseases and lifestyle, which is the number one, okay, factors, okay, for deaths nowadays worldwide. So that's what we need to think. But of course, as an outcomes of this engagement, again, I'm repeating that the outcome of this engagement is to provide for maintenance and for the achievement of fitness. Now, look at this table. It was given by our first presenter a while ago, which I just want to reiterate. So the outcomes of physical activity is health. The positive component of health is wellness. And the negative component of that is illness. It's a wellness continuum. If you're going to put a scale of 0 to 100, wellness is a perfect 100 in scale, and illness is 0. And after illness is death. We walk along this continuum. And how are we going to do this? And how are we going to check the health and fitness benefits of physical activity? With a long list here, research is saying that there is a strong evidence of lowering risk of early death, lowering risk of coronary, lowering risk of stroke, high blood, type 2 diabetes, colon cancer, breast cancer, weight gain, weight loss, cardiovascular, and so on and so forth. Those are strong evidences, okay, of the health and fitness benefits of physical activity. So we really need to promote physical activity, which later I will be sharing to you of what we are doing here in the Philippines in times of this pandemic, okay, developed by all the scholars of UNJ. So you have a moderate to strong evidence of functional health, reduced abdominal obesity, maintenance of after weight loss, and better cognitive functioning. Because there is a research now about neuroscience integrating or telling that once the student is active and healthy, there is a brain functioning. There is a portion in our brain called hippocampus that triggers academic performance if the student is active. So your neuroscience is looking into this na, how the physical activity can develop academic performance. So that's for cognitive functioning. So for moderate evidences, you have lower risk of hip fracture, lung cancer, endometrial cancer, bone, and sleep. So these are the concept of that quadrant, the relationship of physical activities to fitness and looking into its process and outcomes. So in this case, prevention is better than cure, but we're making use as exercise is medicine. Better to have it. Okay? There are also research saying that exercise is the best medicine now to cure for the NCDs, because NCDs is attributed to lifestyle diseases. Okay? So that's the thing. Let's proceed to the second quadrant. Would you imagine in the next coming years, if this pandemic will end, do you think in the next normal, I'm saying it's the next normal, not the new normal, PE is like that. Our field, when we have our students are doing their physical activity like that. Can you imagine that? Where is the fun? Where is the engagement? Where is the values, the cooperation? So, but that's the thing now. It's our social restriction. No sharing of equipment. No touching with hands, head, or bare feet. and we will observe 2-meter physical distancing between students. So that's the barrier. That's the gap. But it's also an opportunity for virtual learning. Look at that. He is Joe. He is the one replacing PE teacher during the pandemic when the students are not in school. It's a scheduled Monday to Friday, and he's live on YouTube. And he is called the Body Coach TV. Okay? So there is a opportunity. So we cannot just sit and go to the corner and do nothing because we have restrictions. We have social distancing. So in this case, we provide more on the challenges turning into an opportunity. Our virtual learning now, I am not saying, because it's a double side of the sword. I am not saying that virtual learning can be effective in terms of engaging to physical activity, because virtual learning is more on you're facing your computer and you're sitting. That's why it is the role of the teacher to make use of his technological, pedagogical content knowledge, or what we call the TPCK. It's very important now to teachers to go and understand what is this TPCK all about. When we plan certain activities online, we still can monitor and provide physical activity for our students. So, what is the opportunity now? How are we going to face the challenge? We have real opportunity for PE teachers. So I'm encouraging my friends, my brothers and sisters in Indonesia. Try to rebrand. It's just like a marketing. It's just like making an item, making another marketing strategy. We need a real opportunity for us now that PE should be rebranded. But when you rebrand it, you need to consider and focus on the health and well-being of our communities. Because in this pandemic, our students, our family, all of us are confined in our home. Good if the working condition, if the home environment is so supportive. Students have gadgets, students have fitness equipment, parents are supportive in terms of making students or children play. But how if in a remote environment? How if in a suburban area, as far as Manado, as far as Semarang, whatsoever places in Indonesia, in Bandung? How about it? In a suburban and rural, where students are not going to school, but they are confined in their homes. What possible strategies can we provide? And that is the main topic that I'm going to share with you later. So, going back to the question, going back to the topic given to me by the organizer, how can we maintain fitness through physical activities amid social distancing and virtual learning? That's a top question. And I think I cannot just only answer it. You need to also answer and respond. Think of possibilities on how you as a PE teacher or a sports educator can think on how you're going to improve fitness and physical activity amidst these restrictions and this virtual learning. So, I will be going now to the context of the Philippines. All my presentations from this slide to the next, up to the last, is in the context of the Philippines. So, we were in lockdown. We called it enhanced community quarantine. The government and the state announced that it is a state of public health emergency. We are in state of calamity for almost 6 months now. March, April, May, June, July, August. This is our 6th month. Okay, that we are in this kind of health emergency. And of course, because of the World Health Organization declaration of COVID-19, it is described as an international pandemic. So it's not just only the Philippines experiencing it. It's in the world. It's the world who also experiencing it. It's also Indonesia. I really want to go to Indonesia and visit my professor. I cannot go because of this pandemic. You know, before lockdown, I was in Bandung. Last February, I was in Bandung attending in UPI because we have also scholars in Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia in social science education. I was there to witness their graduation. And during that time, there's no announcement yet in Indonesia that there are cases of COVID-19. And then when I come back to the Philippines, after a week, Indonesia announced that they hit also with this kind of pandemic. So I was exposed a bit, but you know, we are PE teachers. My immune system is very high. We traveled from Jakarta to Bandung via train. And there are many people that we encountered. But of course, we're wearing masks and we observe protocols. So it's an international pandemic. What you are experiencing in Indonesia is the same experience and problems that we are facing now, especially the education sector. We call this lockdown as enhanced community quarantine. Okay? And the government provided a law intended to respond to this. And we call this Bayanihan. Bayanihan is about togetherness. Okay? It's Bayanihan to Heal as One Act. It's a Republic Act 11469. So this is the current context of the Philippines right now. So after that, March 16 to be exact, the government announced the enhanced quarantine. And some of the schools during that time is ending their school year and others are just beginning the term. So the school closed due to coronavirus. So what is the challenge in education? The most affected of this pandemic, I suppose, aside from economy, is about education. So what happened? In our case, as PE teachers and sports, no, there's a stoppage of our participation. Like the one made mention about our first speaker about the cancellation of the Olympic Games. So you know, Olympic Games is an important activity in the lives of PE teachers and sports leaders. We're waiting for this to happen every 4 years. But this is the first, this is the time that in our current generation that there's no Olympic Games because of this pandemic. So really, I agree with the first presenter that it caused stress, it caused certain, you know, certain depression among coaches, athletes, and the one who organized it. So there's no structured PE class and out-of-class activity. So it's a challenge. And this now prompt for a virtual learning activities. How are we going to continue it? And the ongoing threat of virus, no vaccine yet, is really a big threat. So in this case, what happened? Did we stop education? No. Okay? The two major agencies, the Ministry of Education, or what we call the Department of Education, in the basic education, the lady, this is our Department Education Secretary, Madam Leonor Briones, and this is our Commission on Higher Education, like yours, the Ministry of Education, is Dr. Prospero de Vera. Both the basic education and the higher education agreed that there should be somehow an alternative response to COVID-19 to go on with the education. There are clamors, of course, by teachers, parents about this. It is an issue that the two agencies face. Okay? Are we going to open because there's no vaccine or not? Supposed to be our basic education will start this August 24. But the president saw an urgent concern that he stop it and make the opening of classes on October 5. While others are making it as an opportunity to enhance, because what we did now, based on this, is a continuity plan. The Department of Education provided a continuity plan, an education continuity plan, both for the basic education and the higher education. It says here that the approach to education should be anchored on the premise that learning must continue And quarantine or not, learning must continue, and therefore, it is our responsibility to ensure that flexible learning. So the current practice now in the basic education, because we don't allow students to go to school face-to-face, so we shifted to the flexible learning modality. Okay? Making use of various modalities like asynchronous learning, learning, and then modular based. So all teachers in the public school, in the higher education, prepared instructional materials, prepared modules to continue this education. So in that sense, let's proceed to the main concern, the quadrant 3 and the quadrant 4. So how are we going to treat if a barrier for social distancing and continue engaging on physical activities? What are the strategies? How are we going to look at maintaining fitness through virtual learning? So we, the scholars, made an agreement of suggesting PA-based. What is PA? Physical activity-based strategies in the remote learning environment. So remote learning environment is not the school, it's the student's place, whether he is in the city of Jakarta, Bandung, or as far as somewhere in far area of Manado or other places in Indonesia. So what are we going to do? Okay, so I'll start with that one. So look at this. This is our proposed strategies. And basically, this is what we're doing now in our curriculum. Okay? I'll tell you about SIPA, but SIPA is not the traditional games that we usually, I know you have also SIPA there. Okay? Indigenous base, green exercise base, and technology base. So we have 4 options to choose on what particular PA-based strategies are we going to provide to our students. You look at this on the bottom side, challenge-based. Why is it SIPA, indigenous, green-based, and technology-based are all related to challenge-based? I know you're familiar about TikTok. I know you're familiar about push-up challenge. I know because I think there is Facebook in Indonesia. You know this challenge. So this challenge, these 4 PA-based strategies can turn into a challenge-based, more engaging technology, non-technology, or mobile-based activity challenge. Okay? So let's start with the first strategy. SIPA stands for Short Incidental Intermittent Physical Activity. This SIPA is something to do with what we call a 2 to 3 minute physical activity that interrupts an hour of continuous sitting. So the University of the Philippines, the prime university in the country, the #1 university of the country is into having this one together with our one agency and under the Department of Health. They are propagating this strategy to continue in engaging physical activity. The idea is that because of everyone is confined to a place like home, and to exercise outdoor, going out, carries a significant amount of risk that can dampen even the most enthusiastic individuals' desire to fulfill their day's physical activity requirement. So, here in the Philippines, before quarantine, the incidence of physical inactivity in the Philippines stood at about 37.8 of the population, with women 46.6 and men 32.9. It's high. It's high incident of inactivity. So what this SIPA is a very short incidental activities wherein you can have a 2 to 3 minutes of different basic functional movements like squats, twisting, for every 1 hour that a student is sitting or in a workplace, like those who are working and in facing computer, just provide a 2 to 3 minutes of short incidental physical activity. So we have Professor Calyanta, who is our lead person on this. He is also a scholar of PNU-UNJ and is the one propagating about this SIPA activity. Okay? The second strategy is very, I think, you will agree, because of the so many we are related, Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, because of so many ethnic groups that we have. We have ethnic students, of course, in a far-flung area. So we make use of an indigenous base strategies, of PA strategies. It is a doable and practical alternative in making oneself physically active. It can be a form of exercise, sports, dances, and daily households. I am the current executive director of one campus in the North Luzon, the northern part of the Philippines, and we are practicing this even after the pandemic because this can be performed in their own particular places, their backyards, following safety strict implementations. So I just want to okay. So these are basic. You know, at the back is the native house. So these are very simple materials that you can use available. Okay. Those are so indigenous materials. That is a mortar and pestle. And the music is ethnic, okay? These are the lunches. What is really available in your places. You can incorporate exercises and make sure the safety and proper position. These are basic functional movements. These are pedal using fan like that. Now, this is an example, a routine, a dance routine using indigenous movements. Dr. Madonna, the one dancing, is also a scholar of UNJ. So this is a dance from our ethnic brothers in the north. Those are their movements. Okay. So this is about movements is like that. Combinations of different movements. So I think with different beautiful Balinese dances, your Balinese dances can also integrated on this. Your penchak silat movements can be integrated on this. Okay? So that is the indigenous. You can make use of air available. You know, there is no expensive equipment. I think with the ethnic minorities that we have so many beautiful Balinese dances, exercises that we can make use and integrate in this one. So it's an indigenous physical based activities. The next is a green fitness base. You know, this is environmental base, green exercise. Green exercise refers to a physical activity exercises undertaken in a natural environment. You know, because Indonesia is archipelagic. You have the beach, you have the shores, you have the mountains, you have beautiful outdoor places, no? Especially in Bandung. I went to Bandung many times and I appreciate the coldness and the many green, even though it's quite busy because it's a city, but there are places, no? So here, we can make use of encouraging our students to make use of the environment. And according to Patton and Pretty, our exposure to nature and green space positively affects health and well-being. If this particular place has no COVID case and they are healthy, they can still go a certain meters away from their places and then make use of the local environment. Look at this. So this is on about sports, engaging in sports. Look at that. Not expensive equipment. It's just on the background. Okay, look at that for football. It's just outside their home. Look at the agility ladder. The agility ladder is just improvised. There, it's improvised. Look at that. It's also improvised. And look at that one. Okay. Look at that. That's made of a coconut. Look at the goal. It's also improvised. Look at that. It's just made of a coconut. The ball is just made of coconut. Look at this one, improving. This is those in the, another one in the field. There you go. Okay, looking at the balance. Now, ladies and gentlemen, how are you going to do it? You really need to plan. So you need to check, of course, safety. The role of parents in their places is also important. So we need to also consider how the parents should be engaged in looking into after our students or our players, if you want to have a virtual online training. So it's really important that the teacher should plan this. How are you going to assess this? How are you going to make use of the students will engage? So you just have a very good rubrics, a very good assessment tool, a very good log where the students can write and monitor. And the parents can also be an assessor. It's not just only us now, teachers who will assess their performance, because we cannot see them because it's in their home. So we cannot just have online thing always that we are engaging. The thing for synchronous learning is about what? About feedback, about asking where the students now, how are they performing, how are their mental state, are they coping well? But giving them student-centered activities like that is a good opportunity for the students. And we're trying to make use of the available environment. The green exercise is a very good approach in improving our physical activity, in maintaining fitness in this time of pandemic. Another strategy is technology-based. So if you see, the use of technology will promote physical activity and change exercise. But again, it's a double sword. Technology sometimes provide us to become more inactive because we're also engaging sitting. That's why the first presenter is telling that do not too much ask your students to engage in an e-sports because that promotes sometimes a passive thing. But promoting e-sports has something to be a holistic thing. Before the student should engage in an e-sports, he should have a total body conditioning so that he is aware of how he is coping. But technology can also play very important role now in our teaching because of the available technology, because of apps, mobile apps that can be downloaded for free, like Zombies Run, which we can be developed in an app store. The pedometer-based thing can be used. And of course, if the students are capable inside of their house, they have this kind of activity. So what is important is the students is active. They move, okay, based on their health recommendations. Okay, you see that? That's for coordination, activity, okay, and aerobic capacity. If you are doing it for 30 minutes, it's a good workout. Okay, so that's how technology can help. You know, I cannot just, you know, you're doing this. You're doing this. I know you're doing this. Maybe this is high time for you to rethink, to rebrand on how you're going to attack your lesson in this time of pandemic. Should the pandemic ends and we can go back to face-to-face, we see our students again. But this is how the way we promote physical activity in this pandemic. Let's not stop. Let's not be worried so much about how are we going to continue. We cannot perfect our ways on how we teach our students now. We cannot. But what is important is that the student should feel that he is involved, he is being valued by the teacher to engage physical activity, because the primary concern is about fitness and developing that grit and confidence. The values, the E in the context of PE should be emphasized in this pandemic. It's not just about physical activity, of course, but there is that E, and that E is about education. Okay? How are we going to again provide in this online thing, students possess grit and determination? Okay? The last strategy which I'm saying is about the challenge base. Okay? SIPA, the one that I'm showing you, can be a plunking challenge to the students. When you group them and when you try your students to engage, and then some sort of, not really a competition, but challenging one another to engage. So this is an example of a plunking challenge. Okay, so you know how to make use of that, and how are you going to assess that? By use of having a rubric in terms of the performance and in terms of how they can stand with the challenge. We have various traditional games. We can make use of an indigenous-based activities like the traditional games, or what we call in the context in the Philippines as laro ng lahi. So in this case, the challenge is about, even indoors, is about SIPA. You know, in our Muslim brothers in the country, we have the SIPA sa Mangis. So you can have various ways of doing the SIPA on that aspect. So it's a challenge-based. Okay, you can make use of the elbow and so on and so forth. And the last one is that we can have is also a change. It's we can also, but this is somehow a bit passive, no, because just only using your hands to do this for coordination. So the esports is now under this category. Esports is now under this category for a challenge base. Maybe we can include esports, but please remember that the student should have some sort of activities for PA. Okay, it's not always that the student should sit. Okay, so that's the concept. Okay, we offer more opportunities for our student to test one's skills and competence in a challenging situation. So those are basic 5 strategies on how we can respond to physical activity and fitness and addressing some sort of social distancing and restriction and virtual learning. So I think I have 2 more. No, yeah, I have 2 more. So to cap this and to synthesize my presentation, you know, ladies and gentlemen, the current crisis presents us with a unique opportunity for everyone, not only in here in the Philippines, but in you, in Indonesia, and across the world, to rethink the way we strategize in maintaining our fitness. Education should not stop. PE, of course, should not stop, considering the health requirements and recommendations to prolong life. So this is a big challenge to all of us. I'm always making to believe that in this pandemic, we are being tested on how we respond to this kind of pandemic. Mental illnesses, depression, anxiety is so high. And one thing that I believe that a PE teacher can provide to our student is the resistance to this mental and other activities through physical activity. We teachers are superhero. We teachers or PE teachers are superheroes. Because if this lifetime, if we can continue our students to engage more in our lifetime to prolong their life, we have a productive economy and this virus will stop soon. And I believe it will stop soon. So with that, what awaits to everyone is not the new normal anymore. The new normal is here. The new normal is here. What we need to take is the next normal. What will be the next normal for physical education in sports? What will be our, is Joe can replace PE? Can he be the one the students will be able to always look at? But how about those students who doesn't have that connectivity? You always think the 3 categories of students that we have: the low technology, the medium technology, and the high technology. We can go that way. Some schools can go that way. Other university might do this way. Maybe I am on the other way. But what is important, at the end of this, we will see each one at the end, in the finish line. Whatever directions that we're going to take, there is only one direction. There are various directions, but there's only one destination, and that is about fitness and improving the quality of life of our students and citizens. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I say mabuhay from the Philippines and terima kasih banyak to all of you. Should you have more engagement with me or some sort of follow-ups on this, that's my email account. I forgot my WhatsApp. I have my WhatsApp when I was in Indonesia, but I'm not using it anymore when I return to the Philippines. I miss Indonesia. I miss UNJ. I love the culture of Indonesia. I am telling you, half of my life is an Indonesian. Maraming salamat. Terima kasih.
Okay.
Salamat po.
Salamat po.
Salamat po.
Salamat po.
Salamat.
Okay, there is a Mr. Rahmat Kasmat, one of our lecture. Hi, Mr. Rahmat.
Hi, sir. Hi, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Hi.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Silordi. It's a great presentation. Honestly, there is some question from all participants.
Yes.
Let me read for you. Here's, oh, sorry. Oh, what is that? Okay, let's question from Sir Darius Antonio. Hi, Sir Darius. Question to Dr. Lordinio. Okay, let me correct you. His name is Lordinio Evergar. As we know, many primary schools in Indonesia ask their student to do virtual exercise in their home without supervision, I mean maybe without a teacher from their school. How much the effectiveness of virtual exercise for student in primary school?
Based on the recommendations that I presented, I think the engagement of our students they have at least 30 minutes a day, but no over 30 minutes engagement online.
Correct.
Okay? No, the ideal is 30 minutes. Well, in this webinar, we can take long because we're this purpose. But too much engagement also of our students. So I think we just follow what is the recommended because there's a World Health Organization. Let the students active for a day for at least 30 minutes. And that's the recommendation. So I think online engagement in the preschool or not in the lower grade, in the basic education, the key stage 1, should always follow what is necessary. But I am suggesting that do not engage your students online synchronously in the computer for about over 30 minutes.
Okay, that's a good answer. And the other question from Sumadita Wayan from SMA Negeri 5, SMA mean a high school, Sir Lordi. Question to Dr. Lordi, how the good strategy learning to first category student? They don't have motivation and facility. Okay, it's a great question, Sir Lordi.
So, can you repeat the last statement? How?
They don't have motivation.
They have no motivation.
Correct.
Yeah.
There is
In
no
this
motivation.
time, in this time, really, you need to context. This is the term which I'm going to use. You need to contextualize. It's not a one-size-fits-all activity for all students. This pandemic really provided us with so much anxiety. Others don't have food to eat because of the lockdown. So, well, I am not in the position to say about that unless I am referring only for my experiences. But I am referring to the context of education. I'm referring to the 3 categories of students. How are we going to improve their motivation? Provide them a real life situation. Let them understand this context. If you're just providing them and put in their mouth, this is going to do it. It will hamper their spirit. Let them explore the possibility of looking around, moving around in their houses, even the walking in the stairs of up and down. As long as you provide them necessary activity that is proper in the health protocol. That's a very good point. That's why here in my case, I develop teaching strategies across 3 types of categories. We call it differentiated. Instruction. You need to differentiate it and you need to contextualize. And that's my response. And then sooner or later, if the students can feel increasing, there are 2 types of motivation. One is intrinsic among themselves, and I think that's low now. And the other one is extrinsic. That's coming from you. On how are you going to motivate them? Provide extrinsic motivations to them and let them understand that this pandemic is, we will pass this pandemic. That's the thing.
Make them understand we are in pandemic season, right? See, Lordi, there is another question. It means there is a last question, but he had 2 questions. The first one from Miss Muhammad Patur Rahman. He is my senior batch on doctoral program also. Hi, Muhammad Patur, Abang Patur. Hi. The first question is, student screen time isn't increasing during the pandemic, although for learning activities, is this not too dangerous for student in the long term?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Okay.
Slowly,
For
please.
student screen time increasing during
Screen time.
Oh,
The screen time. Yes.
Activity is this not too dangerous for the student for long term? I mean, he asking how about the long term and how we design our learning in terms of student screen time balance.
Yeah. So it's upon the policy. I need to ask you, what is the policy given by your basic education? Because here in the country, in the Philippines, we have policy for synchronous learning. We cannot just have many synchronous learning with our students. That's why I got one questions in a while ago, asking the second speaker about how they were going to do it. You know, we need to have a policy. In the case of our context in the Philippines, our basic education, you have the normal curriculum, because the normal curriculum was designed prior to COVID, and it's face-to-face. They go to school, they work from for almost 6 hours in the school, face-to-face. Okay? But that's not screening time, because they are not engaging in this like this gadget, but the actual. So what we did is we try to modify the curriculum by looking at the most essential learning competencies. Again, I repeat, most essential learning competencies. And that's about on the level of policy. The basic education, the Minister of Education of Indonesia, I really don't know, because I haven't asked somebody, my friends, Dr. And my father, Dr. James, and my very good friend from UP, Dr. Mahendra, about this policy. There should be a policy, because if there's no policy, teachers might engage all the students to do synchronous, and they get well bored, and they will get stuck about too much engagement on a screen time. And it definitely, there are researchers saying about too much exposure to this kind is also a problem in the next future. So I will respond it into the policy level. You should have a policy about how the learners and the teachers should be engaged in the synchronous learning.
Okay.
Ilona.
Thank you, Dr. Farah. Honestly, Dr. Lord, there is so many questions, maybe 2 or 3 more, but because of the time, we
Yes.
have to finish that. And I will suggest them, participants, to directly send you email.
Yeah.
For the question, and then they will connection you by the email, honestly. Then I will inform that they are about your email as soon as in chat. Dr. Lordi, a closing statement? Do you have a closing statement?
Thank you. Again, my sincerest appreciation to the International Conference on Education Sports Science 2020 for inviting me here. I'm so happy that you were able to recognize my expertise to share with you. Again, to all my friends from UNJ and to UP, whoever, and the people from UNJ and Kelowna, thank you so much. And to the organizers and to my co-presenters, marami pong salamat at magandang hapon. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Dr. Lordi. I hope to see you soon. Maybe in Manila or in Jakarta again.
Yes, soon. Soon, my dear.
Soon. Very soon.
Very
Okay.
soon.
Thank you, Dr. Lordi. Have a nice day.
Have a nice day. Thank you.
Oke, buat teman-teman yang masih punya pertanyaan, kalian bisa chat nanti Dr. Lordi. Nanti akan saya informasikan melalui room chat untuk emailnya. Menunggu presentasi berikutnya, kita juga sudah kehadiran presentasi pemateri berikutnya, ada Mr. Anens.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Mr. Anens?
Hello, I'm here.
Halo.
Wait, I make share screen, right?
Okay. Before we presentation, let me introduce yourself to all participants firstly.
Okay, great.
Okay. Hi.
You can see my screen, right?
Yeah. I already see that. Oke, teman-teman, kita sudah kehadiran Mr. Vincenzo Alberto Anes untuk presentasi berikutnya. Sebelumnya, saya akan memperkenalkan beliau. Vincenzo Alberto Anes was born on September 2022, correct? 22?
Yeah. September 22, 1984.
Yeah, correct. And basically, I cannot speak, I cannot read in Italiano, but let me please correct me.
Vincenzo Alberto Anese. I can present myself. I can present myself if you want.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. I can start, right?
Yeah, correct.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everybody, and good luck to all people in Indonesia. It was I was working in Indonesia in PSCS Semarang, so I really love all Indonesia supported, all Indonesian people, and really all students, especially because I'm part of PhD student in UNESS. So I'm really enjoy to be part of this webinar. I'm so happy, and let's go forward. What I will spoken today, it will be my personal experience in this kind of pandemic. I was head coach of one national team in Belize in Central America. It's near to Guatemala, Nicaragua, Mexico, and of course I was also one of guarantee of one of the finalists of become Indonesian national team coach. So it was very nice in this period. But let's go forward and let's talk about my personal experience. I want to first present myself. Well, great. Okay, I'm with a pro coach, professional coach with many coach experience in many countries, mental coach, match analysis coach, physical training, ex-university teacher, and like I say, also ex-football coach, ex-football player. I work in many countries, most of all last one in Central America with the Belize national team. Asia country, just before yesterday, I signed in India in first division in India. So I will become near to Indonesia. And look, I work in Baltic, in African country, European country, and Arabic country like Palestine. I want to say this because I have a bit of background around the world. I meet a lot coach, a lot university, a lot university teacher, a lot physical trainer to have one good knowledge to fear again this pandemic that happened around the world. But this is my team. Let's go forward between what's happened during the football, especially in Europe. I want to share this info because football is kind of marketing around the world, and if the football it's be changed, our world also is changed. We can see in this slide that some of league they was totally cancelled, like Belgium, French, Netherlands, and Scotland. So they will restart next year, I think right now in September, and kind of league like Azerbaijan, Latvia, Finland, North Ireland, and Kazakhstan, they was postponed. All other league like Italy, Denmark, England, Portugal, of course they restart with late, but we'll go forward about the protocol that they used to. In the risk, like all teachers they say before, now we have a kind of division of high level, very high level, moderate, low, very low, and negligible. I go forward like just for sure the exercise that our FIFA also recommendation, our FIFA president Infantino. We can see that the protocol often the people around to the stadium, there is no support anymore in most of our league. But we have also some league like Russian that we have more people around the stadium. The sponsorship, we lost a lot, more than 1 million money. And the difference between the big club, the small club, they make very important budget between each team. The manager, well, they changed the life of the manager because I think that this pandemic will return back in next 2 years. So they will be like a kind of regressing time.
Siranes, are you with us? Sila Roberto? Sila Roberto?
Do you auto?
Sila Roberto, can you hear us? Oke, mungkin ada gangguan di sinyalnya Sir Alberto. Let me call him again. Sir Alberto, are you there?
I'm so sorry, Miss. The presenter confirmed that the connection problem.
Yeah, Sir Alberto make a some problem, signal problem maybe.
Yeah, we still waiting for him. Thank you.
Sir Alberto, can you hear me? Ya, partisipan dikarenakan ada gangguan jaringan mungkin di tempatnya Sila Alberto. Mungkin kita bisa menunggu dia while 1 or 2 minute more. Sembari menunggu mungkin panitia. Ya, hai Kak Ferry.
Maybe we could continue if there is the other discussion.
Yep.
Discuss between you and the audience because the presenter still try to connect the connection.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you Kak Fer.
Thank you.
Oke teman-teman, untuk pertanyaan yang tadi belum terjawab oleh Dr. Lordi, kalian bisa langsung email beliau. Tadi sudah dipresentasikan, mungkin saya akan minta panitia untuk mengirimkan atau menuliskan di kolom chat untuk emailnya Dr. Lordi, karena ada beberapa pertanyaan juga yang belum terjawab. Sayangnya Dr. Lordi juga punya engagement yang lain, jadi dia sudah leaving the conference. While we are waiting, Sir Alberto, kalian juga bisa email beliau. Thank you both for Fitri. I really appreciate Mr. Lordi, your presentation. It's interesting. Okay, thank you. It was amazing presentation, of course. And from the others, okay. And also thank you from Mr. Fatur Rahman. Thank you, Sir Lordi and Ms. Lana. Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope his answer made you clear about that. For Mr. Danang Prama, Dr. Lordinio already not in our conference right now. You can directly send him text or maybe email him for your question. And for Mr. Mulyadi, thank you, Mr. Lordinio, for presentation. Today, a lot of new knowledge that we got during the COVID-19. Thank you so much. I will appreciate it. Okay. Okay, Rizky Lora. Okay, thank you, Abang Danang, one of my senior doctoral program. Sorry, master degree program. And also from Rizky Nurulfa, FIKUNJ, you can send him text directly by email for your question, honestly, because hi, Rizky. Okay, while we're waiting still, Alberto, I will say hi to participant. And for participant who send me question but cannot answer directly for him, you can send them, you can send your question by his email. Kak Ulfa, why your name is Rizky Ulfa? Honestly, I didn't recognize you firstly. Okay, Sir Samsusa, good talk, congrats. Thank you, Sir. We are meet once on ASEAN Para Games before. Thank you so much for your presentation. Have a nice day. And also for Mr. Fajar Awe, to Dr. Lordino, excuse me, how about aquatic activity or swim? Honestly, you can send him your question directly to him by email. Our committee will write the email on the column chat. Okay, there is some a bit signal in Mr. Alberto. He told us that there is no electricity at his place. Let us wait him. Mati lampu. Okay. Honestly, I just want to say thank you so much. Hi, Kaveri, you here? Kaveri?
Yeah.
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 There is some statement from you because we are still waiting the Alberto.
What statement should I say to you?
Yeah.
Actually, thank you so much for the very nice co-host.
Okay.
Yeah, moderator.
Oh.
But I'm so sorry we have to wait first about these conditions.
Yeah, there's no electricity in
Yeah.
his place actually, and we should wait him because maybe it will be good as soon as. And I will say hello to some of the participants who sent the question in column chat but cannot answer by Dr. Lordi. We can say hi to them. Kaveri, there is so many questions. There is some response from the participant. You can say hi to them, Kaveri.
Okay. Uh, it's nice that if we can find there are so many participants today. They
Yeah.
are look so very interesting with this
Yeah.
event. So we hope that we can get the same event after this.
Yeah. Yes, they can in column chat, but honestly, because of the time, Dr. Lordio cannot answer all of your questions, guys. Let me sending you again to send him directly your question by email, and he will answer you also by the email. And he asking me to write his email on the column chat. I will ask to the committee to write his email on the column chat. Untuk kakak-kakak panitia, boleh tolong untuk tuliskan email dokter, aku type email Dr. Lordi di kolom chat. Nanti untuk partisipan bisa kirim langsung pertanyaannya ke beliau.
Yeah.
The update confirmation from the keynote speaker. He said that he cannot find the electricity and the internet access right now. So if the audience have the other questions, just leave the questions to the chat room or send the question to the committee, and then after that committee will send the email of the keynote speaker to the chat room.
Honestly, Kaveri, your voice is really clear. I don't know why there is so annoying there at the side. Can you speak more loudly? Because
Oh,
we,
okay.
we cannot hear you clearly.
Okay, sorry. The keynote speaker cannot continue the
Okay.
activity because of the
Mm-mm.
electricity and the internet problem. Is it clear?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Then, if the audience have a question, can leave the question to the chat room or leave the question to the email of the committee, and
Okay.
after that, the committee will send the email of the keynote speaker to the chat room.
All right. Okay. So, Mr. Alberto feels so sorry about this one. He cannot find the electric on his place actually. So maybe we cannot wait him. If you guys participant have question directly to him, you can chat. You can type your question on column chat. We are as a committee will send him and we will give you. Okay, we will give feedback to you guys as soon as possible we can. You can, yeah, you can type your question on column chat. We will wait for your question and we will send to Mr. Alberto. Teman-teman, buat kalian yang punya pertanyaan bisa langsung ketik di kolom chat untuk Mr. Alberto. Nanti kita para panitia akan mengirimkan melalui email beliau karena saat ini jaringan tidak bagus di tempatnya. Dia nggak bisa, there is no electricity there. So jadi kita akan berikan feedback langsung ke kalian as soon as possible we can. Ya Kak Ferry?
Ya, benar. And then the information that it just reached to India, that's why it's difficult to get the electricity right there.
Ya mungkin di akhir nanti ya, di akhir paralel mungkin ya.
Okay, we will send the email soon right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
From Danang also, I'm very interested to the last speaker, Mr. Alberto. Me also interested to him. I have question to him. Usually coach have some consideration to pick the main player. How to know the player in football? Who in the peak performance? What kind of measurement you used to use? You used to be. I mean, yeah, okay. This question will send to him directly, and he will feedback you soon, Mr. Danang Prama. And also have a question from Mentari Charisma. During a pandemic like now, do the players continue to do training full or regularly? I mean, maybe you mean that full training, right? Then is the portion okay after during pandemic the same as before? Okay, she asking about the like a portion about the training. Okay. There is an email, Kaveri already write you guys in the column chat. You can send him text, send him email for your question at g.anese@tiscali.it, or maybe you can call him at Skype alberto.anes. Okay, I will set the Skype. Honestly. Kaveri. Kaveri, you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I already informed all participants to send their question by the email at g.annese@tiscali.it. Honestly, my Italian pronunciation is really not good, but you can see that email on the column chat. Also, you can you can Skype him on the alberto.annese. Kaveri, I'm sorry, my Filipino is really not good. Even I cannot speak it very well.
Good.
Before my pronunciation is not good.
I will send the Instagram's address too.
That's
Yeah.
good.
It's easier and interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, you can follow him on Instagram. I
Or
think that
your
most
Instagram
of
too.
girls.
That would be.
Huh?
Or you could send your Instagram too.
Okay, Kak Ferry. From Mr. Mulyadi to everyone, makasih Ibu Kirona and Pak Ferry serta seluruh penyelenggara atas terlaksananya. We also thank you for you to coming here to attend in this seminar. Thank you so much. And also, okay. Honestly, we were waiting for the second session. Maybe we wish. There is okay, chat from Kaferi. For all the participants, you can feel the absentee. There is some link for the absentee. So many participants asking the where is the link for absentee. So now Kaferi already answered you guys. There is some link. You can click the link and fill your name at there. Okay, there is some info also. Yeah, from Kaveri. You can follow him on Instagram. I thought that most of girls will follow him on Instagram. Eficenso Alberto Anes. Honestly, I repeat again, my Filipino is not really good. So if there is some bad pronunciation to say like that, I'm sorry. For you guys, you can follow him on Instagram at Vicenzo Alberto Anes. And I thought so many girls will follow him. Me also. Kaveri, are you already follow him on Instagram?
No chat soon. I will.
Okay. I thought that so many girls will follow him on Instagram. I thought maybe after you announce that he Instagram, uh, maybe he will get so many followers from a girls. I thought. Is it true? And also for all participants, you can fill the absences, which one you ask while this conference. There is some link from Kaveri in column chat. You can fill that. Okay. And also already retweeted or rewrite it from Kariski Nurulfa. She is my senior. Honestly, she is on my same page on the master degree while we are master retreat. Thank you for today. Mantari, thank you so much for attending. We appreciate you. Thank you. And you can send him your question through by email or maybe you can add him on Skype. Kak Ferry, ada yang mau disampaikan?
Udah, itu aja. I think only that. For the participants, you can download your certificate.
Okay.
That some of you waiting for that certificate, so you have
Of course.
the certificate, and then for the address, email, and then Instagrams of the keynote speaker before, we have a link in the chat room. Just check it. Thank you. Only that.
So many participants wait the
Yeah, and don't forget about parallel. Yeah,
it's a normal.
session. After this, we have parallel session.
Yeah, for the second season, we have a parallel for participants who are already registered. That you can click the link. Is it ready for the parallel, Kaveri? Or should we wait
We should
for
wait around 30 minutes because we will go to the other link, right?
Okay.
20 minutes, I think we could be ready.
Okay, guys, for information for all of you, we will do second time parallel time, and we will share the link as soon as possible, maybe after 20 minutes, right? Kaveri?
20 minutes.
Yeah.
After 20 minutes, you could join with the parallelism, and
Yeah.
then we have 5 rooms. We have prepared.
Room, okay.
Choose which room that you want to follow.
Okay. We have a 5 room for all participants who is already registered for presentation. So we feel sorry about the last keynote speaker cannot presentation. Honestly, there is no electric and there is no signal at his place. We feel sorry about that, and thank you for all participants who attended. We wait you guys on the second parallel, maybe after 30 minutes. So right now you can take your time, maybe for lunch or maybe for bring your friend, right? Kaveri, there is some closing statement from you.
Only that we just wait you on parallel part. So
Okay.
in every room, so we could use you could follow Miss Corona too. Corona
Okay.
will be host at room 1. Is it room 2?
Room two already. It's
Yeah, room
here.
2.
It's my room.
Okay. Just see you on parallel room.
Okay, honestly, participant, we thankful all of you guys. Thank you for this one attended on one session, the first session. Thank you so much. Honestly, I want to say thank you to all of keynote speaker, Mr. Shah from Malaysia. I'm sorry we cannot beat again. Honestly, we first met on ASEAN Para Game for classifier. Thank you so much for your presentation. The second one, I would like to thank to Prof. Tandio is a very nice person. Thank you so much for your presentation. Dr. Lordinio Alvergara, my favorite friends from Filipino, and also I would like to say thank, even he's not here, Mr. Alberto, thank you so much. And thank you for all participants. We will waiting you on the second parallel time. There is 5 room. You can coming in your room already in 30 minutes. Thank you so much. I hope to see you soon. Goodbye. Have a nice day.
Okay.
Bye. Thank you.
I'm so sorry for the last. We want to take picture together. I hope that all of participants turn on the camera because we will capture the Zoom time.
Okay. Turn on your camera, everyone, so we can
Smile
screen
upward.
capture. I want to see you all, guys. Kaveri, sudah ready? Harus handsome.
I will call 1 until 3. Okay.
Okay. Let give them some time. Because I see there is some of them there is no camera. Guys, please turn on, hidupkan kamera kalian because kita mau ambil screen capture. Oke, Pak yang mau cantik-cantik lakukan dulu siap. Oke, ya. Open your camera, guys, because Kak Ferry will lead 1 to 3 or take some picture with all of you guys. You know, Kak Ferry, I wish Mr. Alberto there, but cannot.
Are you ready?
Your time.
Yeah. 1, 3.
To wake your soul discreet. Windows got the sun towards us through find it first, but here I am, 'cause I believe